Περάσεστε κι άλλο φως δάμε, δηλαδή. Είσαστε εντάξει.
Γενικά το σκέφτομαι τα πράγματα.
Chi ha l'idea? να βρεθούμε και κάτι θα μάθει εγώ και κάτι
Τούτον είναι ανοιχτό. Όχι, εγκλειστό. Τέλος, ανή. Είναι ανοιχτό. Excuse me. Εντάξει, okay. Can we have a seat, please, so we can start? Thank you. All right. I would like to, good morning. I would like to welcome you back to our second day of events. Κωνσταντίνα μου. Oh. Κωνσταντίνα μου, έρχονται και άλλοι να ξεκινήσουν. Okay. Can I ask you all to take a seat so we begin? So hopefully we will be on track. So welcome back to our second day of events. I would like to open the general keynote speeches today with Ms. Elena Hagiogeru. Please allow me a couple of minutes to introduce our key speaker. Elena Hagiogeru is an experienced educational leader, school counselor, and trainer with extensive experience in school leadership and student well-being. She holds a bachelor's degree in English literature and a master's degree in educational administration and teacher evaluation, both from Rutgers University, and a school counseling master's from the Arizona State University in the USA. Her professional training includes CBT, the psychologists know this as cognitive behavioral therapy, mediation, and group counseling. She currently serves as the principal of Lykio Palouriotissa, that is like a lyceum of Palouriotissa, and has previously held leadership roles as principal, assistant principal, and school counselor. Since 2022, she has been president of the Association of Greek Secondary School Principals of Cyprus. Her work focuses on school violence prevention, mediation, positive school climate and educator training, alongside active involvement in professional, scientific, and community organizations in Cyprus, is broad. Let me also take the opportunity to say that Elena worked with us previously on the program of career guidance and counseling. She was very helpful with our students and their practicum, so we're very pleased to have her back here. Ms. Hadjigeru, please. Thank you.
Well, Monica, thank you for the invitation and the warm welcome. And good morning to each and everyone. So, I will be talking about teacher resilience, and I will be talking about how teachers are today, probably, mainly in Cyprus. But I think that this covers a lot of other countries as well, because I cannot imagine, besides another place, a heaven, a teacher's heaven somewhere else, that might not be dealing with the problem of burnout. So first I will be talking about these experiences and how I see it in Cyprus, how I see it in our schools, and then I will be presenting a little bit about my school, Baloriotis Lyceum, and you can ask me any questions that you want. So it is a real honor to stand before so many colleagues who understand, perhaps better than anyone else, what it truly means to work in education today. Not the idealized version that appears in policy documents and official speeches, but the real one, with its creativity and joy, its exhaustion and emotional labor, and its quiet sacrifice. I speak to you today as a school principal, yes, as the president of the school principals in Cyprus of secondary education. So you can imagine how many problems I hear coming from my colleagues. And one day we should also talk about school principals' burnout, which is huge. But I'm talking to you mainly as a fellow educator who has walked beside teachers in moments of deep, deep pride and in moments of deep fatigue. My topic today, reclaiming teacher resilience, how positive school environments can reduce burnout. And I would like to begin with a clear statement. This is not a motivational speech. It is a truthful one, coming out of all these experiences since 1993. And keep in mind that my father was a teacher himself, and he was a school principal. We actually attended the same school with Monica. So I know firsthand what it means to, at different times, maybe like 40, 50 years ago and even more, but I know what how it was at that time and how it is this time. So, well, in recent years, something has changed in our schools. It is not always visible, and it does not always appear in official statistics, but it is felt. I see it in staff rooms, in meetings, and in those quiet conversations late in the afternoons or through phone calls when people finally allow themselves to be honest. Teachers say, "I'm tired," in a way that sleep does not fix. I love my students, but sometimes I feel empty. I don't know how long I can continue like this. And I remember I have in mind a few colleagues, besides myself, that every now and then, even though they are experienced, they would say, "Well, Elena, I'm not weak, but I'm breaking. I feel that I need something else." That sentence stays with me. It is not said by a beginner. It is said by a professional with decades of service, with strong ethics and deep love for students. But at the same time, we understand that people sometimes break, even though they might love their job, as usually educators do. Psychology and neuroscience now give us a very clear picture of burnout. It is not simply feeling tired. It is a chronic stress condition when the brain is exposed to constant emotional pressure, it begins to function differently. Attention narrows, empathy decreases, motivation weakens, and decision-making becomes harder. I was saying to a colleague before, to Roy, that these days, and I think that this has begun in summertime, we have been experiencing some losses in my school, the loss of a student, the loss of a father, the loss of parents, of teachers, and I see this burdening our school in ways that it cannot be understood by every other person. If you are in a community, in a school community, you get a lot of happiness, you get a lot of things to celebrate, but at the same time you get the pain of a multiple number of people, whether that would be any hardship in their life. It is, if you have a sense of empathy, and it is very common to have a sense of empathy at school, you would also get the burden of other people, and that's normal, and that's the way it should be. That's why it's the beauty of the school, but at the same time, it's one of the hardships of the school. For many years, educational systems responded to burnout in a very simple way, and they still do in many occasions. They tell teachers to be stronger, more flexible, and more adaptable. They encourage stress management workshops and short-term interventions. Of course, self-care matters, but resilience without support is cruelty. It's like saying, it's your problem, not ours. It is like telling someone who is drowning to swim better instead of giving them a boat. Research is clear that environment shapes endurance far more than personality. Teachers do not burn out because they are fragile. They burn out because they work in emotionally unsafe systems. And one thing that I'm realizing now better when I'm closer to retirement, I realize it much better now. I don't think that the stakeholders really understand the new era of our world and what's happening. And when I say stakeholders, I also talk about unions, and I also talk about ministries, and I also talk about society. More than a century ago, John Dewey reminded us that schools are living communities, not factories, and not bureaucracies. They are emotional and social ecosystems, as I gave an example before, in which every relationship matters and every interaction leaves a trace. When schools become bureaucratic machines, they exhaust people. When they function as communities, they sustain them. At Palouriotissa, my school, and I think there is a problem with the mic, this philosophy is reflected in our values. Connect, accept, recognize, enrich. Education begins with relationships. Resilience begins there too. Allow me now to share something personally. When I first became a teacher, a principal, and that was 4 years ago, I wanted to do everything right. I wanted to be fair, efficient, and perfectly organized. I read every regulation, answered every email, checked every detail, and tried to solve every problem myself. I believed that control would create safety, and for a while it worked. The school functioned, deadlines were met, paperwork was correct. Nothing was out of place. But at the same time, you realize that things are not the way you want them. Nothing really flourishes as you have imagined it. Meetings were correct, but, to me, there wasn't the passion. Conversations were polite, but at the same time, you felt the distance, and that was in the beginning. Teachers did their work without what I would say the thrill. One afternoon, after a long and difficult meeting, I sat alone in my office, surrounded by files and documents. I still do, and asked myself, am I leading a community, or am I managing the system. A few days later, a colleague came to see me and said quietly, "Everything is organized, but sometimes I feel invisible." That moment changed me. I realized that leadership is not about perfection. It's more about presence. It's more about people. It's not about control, but connection. I stopped trying to be perfect, especially when I went to my new school, because it was a nice new beginning, and started trying to be human. I listened more. I went back to what I knew as a school counselor. I listened more, trusted more, shared responsibility, and allowed space. Slowly, the atmosphere softened. Teachers began to speak, to propose ideas, to take initiatives, and to laugh more. I laughed more, actually. The school became alive, and that was when I learned that resilience grows in emotionally safe environments, not in perfectly organized ones. My earlier work as a counselor, mediator, and coordinator of the expert team on school violence had already shown me this truth. I had seen how unresolved tension drains energy. And mind you, I have almost visited every school in Cyprus. And I know that one of the major issues of this drainage comes from school violence, comes from disruptive behaviors, comes from not knowing how to resolve issues, and how these behavioral problems exhaust teachers more than any workload, and how emotional isolation destroys motivation. School climate is the invisible curriculum, and teachers pay its price. Cyprus is not in crisis, not yet, but we are in a transition. We face rising behavioral challenges, digital overload, social fragmentation, and increasing emotional demands on schools. Without strong cultures, and also another factor is a lot of, I would say, a lot of, guiltifying, a lot of guilt placed upon teachers and upon schools, guilt for everything. If there are behavioral problems, then it's the teacher's fault. If results are not good, it's the teacher's fault. And that's a big burden. At my school, we gradually developed what I now call open, creative, and human model. Not as theory, but as practice, because I believe that we do have the opportunity in our schools to create environments without really the centralized control of the government. They give you the directions, but you do have the freedom. We deliberately opened our school to parents, alumni, artists, universities, NGOs, and volunteers. One alumni event remains deeply in my memory. Former students spoke about teachers who had believed in them, supported them, and changed their lives. Some teachers were in tears. They saw their long-term impact. They could imagine it. Meaning returned. Community protects mental health because it reminds teachers that their work matters beyond examinations. And when I finish, I will present more of my school and how I see this community and how this is society, our school society, changing teacher morale and creating resilience. Another factor that helps is openness to creativity. We gave teachers permission to experiment, redesign learning, and try interdisciplinary projects, not in a huge scale, in a smaller scale. Some failed and we learned, some transformed classrooms, and we kept their experience. Creativity renews professional identity. 1 year, 3 teachers created a joint project combining mathematics, photography, and environmental studies. At first, they were anxious, but at the end, they were excited like students. One told me, "I feel young again professionally," and this is resilience. Another thing that we did, and another thing that could be done, is openness to human experience. We learn from each other, and that makes us very strong. We changed our approach to discipline. We stopped asking who is guilty and started asking what is happening. We also changed the way we experience behavior discipline. We invested in mediation, restorative practices, emotional literacy, and early intervention. A student once showed repeated aggressive behavior and teachers were exhausted. They didn't know what to do. Instead of punishment, we investigated further and discovered serious domestic violence. We provided support, the student stabilized, and 3 teachers avoided burnout. Unresolved behavior destroys morale more than any timetable. Our leadership became relational and distributed. Teachers led projects, committees mattered. Ideas were welcomed, and disagreement was safe. Trust replaced fear. Over time, we saw measurable impact: lower absenteeism, fewer serious incidences, more initiatives, stronger collaboration, and higher engagement from teachers and students. Culture produces outcomes. Perhaps the most important factor was psychological safety. When teachers feel safe, they speak. When they feel safe, they become innovative, they admit weakness, and they seek support. One colleague once told me, for the first time, I can admit I am tired without guilt and without fear. This is resilience. Safety is the foundation. What does this mean for Cyprus? We're a small country, and that is, I think, to our advantage. Not all the times, but overall. We can change culture sometimes faster. We can build networks. We know most of the people around us and the major players. And we can also affect policy if we realize our strength and our power. From our experience, 5 lessons emerge. Trust might be intentional. Creativity must be protected. Emotional labor must be recognized. Leadership must be shared, and well-being must be structural, not optional. We must also redefine resilience. Resilience is not heroism. It is not silence. It is not sacrifice. It is sustainable engagement. It is belonging, meaning, connecting. It is dignity. It grows in healthy systems. When burnout grows, innovation dies, empathy shrinks, turnover rises, and students suffer. Teacher well-being is not a luxury, it is infrastructure, it is investment. It is as important as buildings and technology. I have to tell you that, at least with school principals, one thing that we realize, and it is read also in articles from abroad, I think the past 3-4 years, when we have openings for school principals, we don't have candidates enough. And this is not something which is out of the blue. It is very sound evidence that something is going on with the stress that we are facing and the stress that we are experiencing every day in our schools. At Palouriotissa, we speak of being a lighthouse, a place of stability, values, hope, and courage. We try at least. And this is not poetry, it is policy, it is something that we try in our daily practice. Let me end with a personal note. The most meaningful moments in my career are not awards or titles. They are moments when teachers rediscover joy, when they smile again, and when they say, and when they grow, that this is a place like home. We do not need tougher teachers. We need healthier schools. We do not need heroic sacrifice. we need intelligent systems that really care as communities. So when schools become these kind of communities, resilience follows naturally. Thank you. And now I want to show a bit about my school. Huh? Νομίζω να σας πω λίγο, let me tell you a few things about my school. I think, you know. All right. Παλαιριώτης Σαλαϊσίου. This is a very old school. It's almost 70 years old. And it happened that it was a girls' school. And it was a branch of Pangiprio, which is the oldest school. At least in Nicosia, and I believe in Cyprus as well. So when Pangiprio was there, girls were not allowed to go to school. So when girls were allowed to attend school, then they built this school. They started having a branch, then they built this school as well. And it was a branch of Pangiprio, but it was a girls' school. So, and it happened that it's in a place, it's downtown Nicosia, in the old part of the town. And because of that, it flourished. It was in the town. It received a lot of attention, but at the same time, it suffered because in 1963, because of internal problems, political problems with the other community, we have the Greek and the Turkish community. Between us, there were problems. A huge other story. Unfortunately, the road in front of the school has ever since closed, and that part does not, you know, it's like we're half. The front part is actually, if you see our front part of the school is with the army, United Nations, and across it's the Turkish army. So keep this in mind, because this changes how the school is. I mean, there are good things in the sense that we don't, it's a community coming from the same area, and it's good because you don't have a lot of changes in the culture. At the same time, it's a small community. It has some problems because of that, but I think that it's on the positive side. Because it was like that, the government decided that it's not a very posh school, so we can send all the all the refugees in this school. And ever since, it's been 20 years, this school has been hosting a lot of student refugees. I guess most of them, I would say. Keep in mind that we have like more than 70% of our students come from a migrant background. So you understand what it is. And because of that, I would say that we do have, I think that we are blessed to have very minimum behavioral problems because of that. And I can really analyze why this is happening. So what we do, we educate, of course. We shape behavior, and I do believe that schools shape behavior, as families do, and as parents should do. Sometimes we forget that. And I think one reason why there is teacher burnout is because we are not inspired anymore to shape behavior. We think, we go to, or we have been told that what we need to do is just go in, teach, and leave. And if you are not inspired by shaping behavior, by this very deep and emotional goal, then I think you're losing track of what it is to be a teacher. We create memories in our school. We enhance learning by a variety of activities. We connect with our students. We accept each other. In my school, there might be students from at least 30 countries. We recognize each person. It's just 300 students. It's easy to do it. And we enrich our everyday. These are some examples of what we have been doing. Over here, you'll see a connection with people from old age houses, old homes, retired. Thank you. Sometimes I wonder, how my English came out like that. So we have connected with older age people from our community, and that's a big project that we've been having that has been enriching our environment and has been teaching us a lot about empathy and has been teaching our students a lot. We also do other activities that are academic. We have a tradition in theatrical plays. That's just a few examples of what of some of our activities. Okay. We shape behavior by a lot of sharing, a lot of volunteering, a lot of activities that are creative. We expect ideas to come from our students and come from our teachers, and then we help them organize to put them to implement and to see their ideas flourish in the everyday environment of our school. So that would be cooking, that would be poetry, that would be academics, anything that you can imagine that is suitable for the school, then it is coming to life. We also try to learn from each other. We would have students coming in to teach. Students either from third class to teach second class, or students within the same class. Instead of the teacher teaching, then we have the student teaching. Also, if there is a talent from anyone in the community, whether that would be a parent, alumni, a student, a grandmother, we would have them come in to teach us and tell us about their experiences. And that creates a strong community and a strong bond with every player that has a reason to care about our students and about our school. We also have a lot of, like last year, for example, I'm showing you the yoga classes. We had a teacher who was giving yoga classes, and we have a Facebook page, and we would post it, and it received attention from the whole of Cyprus. And it was not on purpose. We didn't, it wasn't, the purpose was not to get attention from the whole of Cyprus. Of course, you can imagine that, they are thinking yoga classes. Some very traditional people, very religious, would say, my God, they are Buddhist. They are becoming Buddhist in Paluriotis Salaisiou. But I don't care about stupid comments. We also have, for example, if you see over here, I'm sorry about the chairs, you might not be seeing well. It's a project that we're having with Frederick University. We also have projects with the universities. I think that if you look around, there is an abundance of resources coming from the community. That would be universities, besides all the others that I have mentioned, NGOs. This is the Urban Gorillas. It's an NGO in the neighborhood where they are focusing on anything that is ecological and environmentally sustainable, and we have projects with them. I told you about people of older age. Okay. As I said before, a lot of history downtown. We are in a very historical district, so we have this project called Open Classroom in the neighborhood, where teachers and students, instead of having a class within the walls, within the classroom walls, they would go out. They would go to a museum and have their lessons there. They would go to a cafe in the neighborhood. We're not afraid of letting things, loose and outside the teacher classroom. And Okay, you can visit our webpage and see more of what we do. This is a father, okay, and I want to talk about the investment on parents. I think that it's very, very important. This father is an immigrant, and he came to school last year. Actually, I was saying that the windows are not very clean, and I was thinking that we need to clean them. We would be having an event. And this girl listened, she heard me saying that we need to find a way to clean these windows. And the windows were tall. So she came to me and said, Kyria, Mrs. Principal, she said, I heard you saying that you need someone to clean the windows. And she said, my father is cleaning windows. And I said, okay, all right, can you tell him to come over and we'll see and we'll talk about it. And at the same time, I was thinking, do I have the money? Because here in Cyprus, if you are a public school, you don't have money of your own. It's from the government and it's not, so, it doesn't come as cash. You do have a little bit of cash. So I was thinking, do I have the money? So anyway, she said this in the morning, and by noon he was at the school. So we go around, and I'm showing him the windows, and he says, okay. I mean, his Greek was a bit broken. He didn't speak very good English. So he said, I can't do this. And I said, okay, very good. And then I said, well, how much do you think that would cost? And you feel embarrassed because, here I am. We get a good salary as teachers, and I'm bargaining on the money of. So he's like, I don't want money. He was, he felt insulted and offended, and he said, I don't want money. He said. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, this is my daughter's school. How can I ever get money? And mind you, he's a worker. He's not, he doesn't have his company. It's not his own company. He's a worker. So I said, wow. And I knew that I couldn't persist on what I said because I would insult him further. So I said, thank you so much. Thank you. And he came to school at, off hours, not at his working time, off hours. He cleaned every window, the high windows that we had a problem, and even more, and he didn't get a penny. And that, to me, is the school community that says a lot, because I cared, his daughter cared, so I cared, his daughter cared as a student, she cared about me and my, problem with, how our school looks. She came to me, she didn't have any obligation, she didn't even know me, it was my first year. She offered, and then brought her father, who came within a few hours, not, never. He came within a few hours, and by next day, we had our windows cleaned, free of any charge, by someone who's just a worker. And that's the school community that we want, and that's what makes you feel that every part of your effort and your work is worth it, and that creates resilience. And that's just an example. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Hajieru, can you hear me? Is this working? Okay, I'm going to open the floor to questions.
Thank you. So, hi. First of all, I cheated. I never wanted to ask any sort of question. I just wanted to say a couple of things about Elena and Elena School. So please bear with me for 5 minutes, because I believe what I'm about to say, it gives you a different perspective on things that already were said. So, number one, this is not typical. You will not find this anywhere. This is Elena's school, Elena's contribution. It is not your average school. It is above and beyond average. This is to be clear. you will not find this sort of administration, support system anywhere you walk around Cyprus. We have to be clear. This is number one. Number two, Elena presented something in her modest way. It could have been way bigger and way greater. Trust me, I know. I know not because we are friends and I have a huge respect for her and her work, but because through my profession, I have been around, like Elena, to various different schools and various different situations and all over Cyprus. So when I say that this is unique, it is indeed unique. And final, I have to be 100% honest, and this is, Elena, something that I never told you before. I feel the need to openly express it. When I first met her, many years ago, I thought, who does she think she is? A know-it-all, someone who is trying to change the world.
Where were we?
Many years ago, under a visit to a school for violence and juvenile delinquency and under them circumstances. And as time passed by, I realized that she forced me to reevaluate my initial understanding on her and trust her and see the great person that she is, the great professional that she is, and have a huge respect. And also, something very minor, and I have to finish and to let actual questions being said. Elena was used by me as an example, and she knows this. This is what I already told you. On various different occasions, on various different conferences and seminars, both in Cyprus and abroad, in terms of her school, her approach, her understanding, her everything. But again, this is because it's an atypical behavior of someone who is responsible not just for his school, her school, but for the community and the well-being and an understanding much bigger in comparison to a typical public servant approach. Thank you, Elena.
Thank you, George. Thank you very much. I appreciate the gift.
I think, Elena, when I came across the school on Facebook, it brought to my mind the Gangsta's Paradise film with Michelle Pfeiffer, an underprivileged school which has been turned around. And because there's a lot of spotlight on this school, because it's such, unfortunately, an isolated event. But it's there, it means it can be done.
I would like also to help to thank Elena for an inspiring presentation, really inspiring. And I will agree with you that this is not something that is very common to see around. I have a similar experience once over the past few years in a primary school where there was a similar attitude, similar goals when it comes to creating a supportive, resilient teacher, parent, and children community in a school. And that was really inspiring. This is also something that I use as an example again and again. I will keep two things that you said, and I think that are really very basic, but very important, that leadership is not about control or perfection, but it is about connection and presence. And I think this is very, very important. And the second thing is that resilience grows in emotionally safe environments, not perfectly organized ones. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, the primary school was Shah. La Cha.
And we have a question from our partner in Salamanca.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, congratulations
Thank you.
on this hard work. I actually have a question. So my question goes a little bit beyond the school itself, which clearly has really good practices, and it's a good example of things that can be done in other schools. So my question is, what can be done so this school becomes not the exception, but the norm in Cyprus? What more can be done? Who can be responsible for that? What are your thoughts on next steps so this becomes the norm for schools, not the exception?
I understand. Well, I think there is a shift. And I know George said, you know, that it's a rather unique example of good practices. And probably at this moment, it might be like that. It might be the impression. But I would give you what my experience is. Being the president of the School Principals Union, the association, we have a Facebook page, and we have some common areas where we communicate. And I know that other schools have been the past, I would say, this shift is the past 10 years and more obvious the past 5 years. There is a shift of how schools behave in Cyprus as far as the school community and as far as the how they invest in personnel and how they invest in students, taking the paradigm, taking examples of each other. And I see this because there is this, we have this, as I said, Facebook page, and I upload whatever the secondary schools are doing. And I follow through, and I see that there is a change in behavior. There is an openness, and that's to the benefit of the school. It might not be very obvious to the common eye, but to me it's obvious. There are some other problems at the same time that hinder these efforts. One thing is that society has changed. School violence has been transformed, or student violence, if you want. It's more what's happening in the society, and it's coming to school. It's not something which is isolated within the school. It's not just students who have disruptive behavior because they have attention difficulties or learning difficulties or problems within the family. It's also what's happening within the larger society, and it's coming to school. It's also what's happening with the, the hooliganism coming to school. It's a lot of things. And because of that, it's not very obvious to get the benefits of these new goals of the way I was talking about my school, and, to balance this out. So if a school has a lot of school violence, even if you put in a lot of activities, you're not going to see a major change in the school community. You're not going to see the teacher burnout, decrease, because this is something that comes as an emergency. If you have emerging problems, which is, which come to the surface and overtake all of teacher stamina, and all of the time that we need to, all of the attention, then you cannot really spread good practices. So first, you need to take care of discipline. And one thing that it's good to, from what I have come down to is that unless it's like you have a health problem and you say, I want to run the marathon. You cannot run the marathon without taking care of your health first, because you would run the marathon once and you will die. So schools first need to take care of any extreme disruptive behaviors. We will have disruptive behaviors. It's common in school and it's expected. If you have extremities, though, then this needs to be taken care of. So when you go to a school, first examine the discipline status and where the administration and where the teachers, how they move about with discipline. When discipline resolves into a normal status, then everything else will come in, and then we will have more examples of stronger communities and more positive school environments. So to go back to answering this, there are other schools, not just my school's example, and I'm saying this not because I'm modest, it's because I know. But at the same time, I'm very worried about the other factor, that it's not under our control so much, the school violence or disruptive behavior, strong disruptive behaviors that need to be taken care of. And I'm not very confident that the government or the state really is investing into resolving these issues.
And what type of school violence are we talking about? Because there are different degrees,
Yeah.
and of course,
Right.
me as a person who doesn't live in this country, it's
Yeah.
also harder to understand. So
Well,
could you give us examples?
I will. Well, for 10 years, and George, I think this is where you met me, right? So for 10 years, I was coordinating this team with school psychologists and school counselors and some other professionals and teachers, a team that would go and help any elementary or secondary school that we had a checklist. It was it was a referral with specific characteristics that the school needed to check to come down to the conclusion that they did have, that the problem was not resolved within the school. So then they would refer to us if the problem remained. And my goal was not to give bureaucratic hardship to the school. I am not at all in favor or in support to what some services would do, where they would give hardship to the teacher and there will be, you need to do this, so if you don't do this, we're not coming. If you don't do this, you're not coming. We do have these bureaucratic problems. So anyway, we would go to schools. And usually the problem, now mind you, this is, it's been 5 years that I left, so we're talking about it began 15 years ago. Within the 10 years, I saw differences in what we say school violence. In the beginning, the problems were milder. So it would be, disobedience. It would be, steady disobedience. Imagine a school with, let's say, 400 students. And you then measure and you say, how many of our students, to say that a school has a problem, then you need to think of numbers. How many of the students present disruptive behavior? And one common problem that we have is disobedience, overall disobedience, is how you manage, and it's part of how the administration is handling the problems, is what kind of policy. I mean, the law is there, the policies are there, but it's how you enforce it. If you allow it and you do not force strong discipline, and when I say strong discipline, I'm not saying harsh discipline, I'm saying about quality discipline, then the problem becomes larger and you have an overall disruptive behavior, and that hinders everything else. Another thing that presents as a problem within the years is how, at least in Cyprus, is how hooliganism, and coming from football teams where they have these clubs, and in the UK this was a problem like 30 years ago and they found a solution. Well, I think in Cyprus we do have things that are coming within the school environment that come from the fanatics of football funds. Another thing that we do have a problem with is parents themselves. Parents have an idea. I mean, the new parents, the parents of secondary school kids and the parents of primary school kids, we have a shift in the power that the teacher has to shape behavior. We have an overpower coming from parents because politicians think that parents are a bigger number of voters than the teachers. Because of that, they allow interventions from the parents. We are a very small society, so interventions are huge. So I'm giving you the combination. And then also we do have some other, and when parents intervene, you cannot have real discipline in school. And another thing that we have is, everything else that comes with, substance abuse and overall, disruptive behavior from young students or youth, unlawful youth. So overall, this is what the picture is. In some areas, in some schools, it's bigger. In some others, is smaller.
Thank you very much.
I know that I'm expanding. It's just that I have all these things in my mind. You tell me about time, all right? Problems with time.
We have a few questions, but I would also like to add to the factor of leadership skills and organization skills. Now, we mustn't forget that a headmaster and a headmistress is a leader. And they are required to inspire their team, create trust, and get them to join the vision. Not everyone can do that. And I am hoping, Ms. Hajigero, that while times are progressing, we'll get a newer version of headmasters and headmistresses that do have this vision and have a different philosophy, if you understand what I mean. Because a bit of my experience from my therapy sessions is that the headmistress, the headmaster is not understanding, is not empathetic, is strict, is rigid, will not listen to the parent. This is quite often, and I think if they don't have what it takes to lead their team into success sometimes. So this is my take.
Well, may I say something that maybe not, I'm Cypriot, right? And I love Cyprus, I really do. I don't think we are obedient. And I mean, to what Monica is saying, not to argue against what she's saying, but keep in mind that if you go to a country, and I'm not saying another country is better than ours, but let's say you go to a Scandinavian country or you go to UK. I was just with students to the UK. If it says that you cross here and it's a pedestrian crossing, you cross from the pedestrian crossing. I'm talking about fundamental obedience. It's not in the Mediterranean culture or, of this part of the world. So that makes it more difficult. I'll give you an example. A parent came late, recently at school, and I was trying to, I told teachers that they need to, whenever they see something that is worrying, they need to call in the parent. And when I say call in the parent, I'm not saying just to give them a phone call. I really do believe in, personal connection with the parent. A connection where I was even thinking this year, and I haven't given up on the thought, that I would be visiting their homes. Whenever I see a case where I'm losing the student, and the student is not investing, I said, I'm going to try this. I'm going to try visiting their homes with their, with their agreement, of course, the agreement of the parent and the student. So anyway, there was this student, and he had a lot of absences. And the parent came in. I made sure that the parent would come in. It's very easy if you call a parent and you say, listen, we're very worried. Your son or your daughter is not doing well in school. She is having a lot of absences. It's very easy for the parent, with all the problems that the parents are facing these days, to say, okay, thank you very much, probably thinking of something else at the time. So thank you very much, I'll take care of it. It's not good enough. So I have them calling the parent to the school. So I'm explaining to this parent that if we have seen a lot of absences coming from the student, and if the absences go to this number, there is a great possibility that the student will have to repeat class. So the parent is thinking over there, and she's saying, well, but it was a girl. She said, but she has this, she has the flu, she has this, she has that, she has a headache. What can I do with my child if the child is feeling sick? So I say, if I bring in papers from the doctors, I said it's not good enough. Because to excuse absences more than this number, you have to have something very, very serious. So the parent is thinking that the new parent, the parent of this time, is thinking that, is not a parent of the expected obedience that will be taught to the child, of what it means to have boundaries, of what it means to respect. And I'm not saying the respect of the old times. I'm talking about respect of basic, conditions. This is the new thing that we're facing now in school. And part of the burnout is because the teacher does not know how to handle. And why would a teacher know all these things, how to talk to the parent, and you shouldn't be a psychologist. I heard this before when I was in this committee, when I was in, they would be telling me, Kyria Elena, do you expect us to be psychologists? And I was like, well, it's part of your job as a teacher to know how to talk to the parent. Well, at that time it was good enough. This time I feel that we need so many skills to be able to handle what we have, that we tend to we prefer to, sit in our corner and say, well, someone else take care of it. If the parent doesn't care, what shall I do? So you see a very passive-aggressive behavior coming from the teacher, and at the same time, a behavior that says, there's nothing I can do about the students. So a teacher is basically without any ammunition in handling what they have in front of them. So I think that we're talking about a different kind of parent that adds to what we have as overall disobedience. Yeah.
It's two questions. How easily can be done for a principal to reduce the control and focusing on management when the whole school unit is on a surviving mode because of behavior and discipline problems? And the second is how a teacher to flourish in having these creative ideas and do programs and days dedicated in events and open school days and show trust and create a community when it's actually working in such a school.
Yeah.
Because as teachers, moving around every 6 years, I don't work more than 21 years, but I can say that in one school I could do miracles and activities that I cannot describe them, even when I was working less years with less experience. And at a point, not because of burnout, but because you reach to a school where conditions don't allow it. And the principal, although it's a wonderful person that will have also this sharing these ideas and the vision cannot actually stand with you to do any of that because the whole school is let's focus on principle, on basic management and discipline, and then we see if we can do any of that.
Yeah, I
I
understand.
mean,
what
what
you're
is
saying.
your opinion on
Yeah.
this?
Well, you see me standing in front of
And
you.
the principal facing the same Ministry of Education,
Yeah.
like
Everyone else.
how can also allow any of these when the whole responsibility is a burden for the whole principal? I mean, everything is on the principal. If I do something and something goes wrong, or something happens in that activity, that it was in an open school, after school hours or something, the principal takes the responsibility. It's not the Minister of Education standing next to the principal. So how easily a principal can stand next to the teacher and the teacher next to the student, and then it's like a chain reaction.
Well, so I was saying before that, yeah, you're Cypriot, right? Yes. All right. So I was saying before that Cyprus is a small, it's a small community, you know, very small. It's a small society. We know each other. There are a lot of interventions, and that, I think, to me, it's a problem. At the same time, we do have benefits because knowing each other, you have easy information coming in. You know, it's smooth. You know, there are some very nice Cypriot things, especially when we cook souvla and when we have parties and having a good time. We're very good with that. But at the same time, you know, think of a school principal that is in the school and is in a village, and in the village everyone knows. And, you know, when you are about to exercise good discipline or bad discipline, whatever, you have the intervention, anyone coming in from the village and saying, you know, oh, why did you punish the kid? Da, 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 da. There are a lot of interventions. So I would say that today the school principal or the school principal before has a more difficult time in enforcing good discipline. If he doesn't or she doesn't, then more problems though arise, not just with the parents, but also with the teachers that do not appreciate a strong leader. You know, if there is no strong leadership, they don't appreciate that, so they would move on and go to another school, trying to find, you know, a lot of them are in search of who's a strong principal, so I can go to that school, so I can have, you know, I can work the way I want. Then, δουλεύουμε πάντα να βρούμε το διευθυντή. So, yeah, or the school that has a good environment already. So I'm not saying it's easy. You know, for the school principal, and I don't know if you're a school principal, you need to care less about what people say. And George was saying before that, you know, the first time he saw me, he said, you know, you know, she thinks who she thinks she is. And I'm not saying that, you know, I don't care about people's comments, but in essence, I don't, you know? And it takes a lot of strength, but at the same time, it doesn't come with a price, and that causes burnout. If you say I'm strong and I don't care about what people say, and I don't care about the parent who's threatening to go to the ministry, then you can create a strong, positive environment of quality discipline and create the environment that, you know, will allow teachers to work the way they want. It's not easy. So I don't have an answer of how I can help school principals, how we can help school principals. I understand that if teachers are there with you, that makes your life easier. But you really need to have this, you know, strong commitment to your school and not care so much of all the other, you know, who's threatening who and what's happening. And I have a lot of examples. I have a lot of examples of things that happened to me as well. And you know, it takes a lot of strength. I mean, I will give you an example. So I believe that the grading system, you know, how we grade and how fake that is. If we, you know, grades are part of discipline, grades are part of learning, grades are part of the school community. You know, it's evaluating your students. And when you evaluate students, you really need to be truthful in a kind, pedagogical, but truthful way. And I'm not saying this because I was the, 100% student. I was a good student, but it's not because I am a lover of the strongest academia and everyone needs to, no one is worth the 100 or the 20 out of 20. I'm not in that philosophy. I'm in the philosophy that if you are not truthful with grading, then the student does not know where he or she stands and what effort he needs to put in. And the same goes with behavior. So I was trying to send this message to the teachers, and I realized that when I became a principal, I was checking on the grades, on the grading system, on the grading, the way teachers graded. And I realized that a lot of them gave very good grades easily. So I was calling them in, and mind you, you have to be careful how you talk to a teacher. It's a very sensitive issue if you touch upon evaluation. So they would be saying, Kyria Elena, Mrs. Elena, if I, they said they gave some excuses, but then when I pressured a bit more, they would say, but what if the parent goes to the ministry and puts in a grievance against me? I said, why? If you are truthful and you are substantiated, what's the problem with giving the, I was trying to explain how this should be done. So grading is something that is a good example of how teachers allow themselves to, they're very weak into what they, how they come and support the school policy. And if you don't have, this belief in the school principal, then you cannot really enforce all other things that you want.
Okay, I will pass to the Italian colleague and then
Thank you for your presentation. I was very interested in listening to you. And
Thank you.
I think it was very enlightening, honestly. And I think that I would like to listen to you a little bit more about how you get your teachers involved in this change. Because you present a lot of wonderful experience, but I think that you needed also to get involved. So it's very interesting for me to understand how you reach a change also in the teachers.
So you're asking...
Sorry.
How the teachers... Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, people. Okay. Okay. First thing, when you go to a school and you try to... So my vision for an open school, I have to tell you, it started, I studied in the United States. I went to a private school. Keep that in mind. You learn to think differently. I should say that. So when I came back from the United States, when you study in the States, everyone is telling you, go for your dreams, do this, do that, You come to Cyprus and you're like, yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, I can do it. So first thing, when I came, instead of being placed into a school, they placed me at the ministry. So when they placed me at the ministry and I started working as the Americans did, the first thing my Cypriot colleague said, she's very ambitious. She wants something, They get suspicious because, all these ideas and things, they are suspicious of you. So I'm giving you an idea of how we think traditionally about anything that it's off, of regular the curriculum and practices. So then I go to Pangiprio as my first placement as a school counselor. So it was, we have this day once a year. It's a Teacher's Day, right? And it's dedicated to teachers. And I was observing that they do this traditional thing, like you have a board and you say, you have a label, Teacher's Day, and you have some pictures, and I was looking at it, and I'll say, my God, that's boring. If students go there and they observe this, they will be like, okay, boring teachers, and another boring thing, and you don't understand anything about what are teachers. And because my father was a teacher, I was always thinking, that teachers are these multi-talented people with, they read literature usually, they aspire, they are visionaries, they are this and they are that, but no one knows about them. They might be playing the piano, the violin, they might write poetry, they might write books, they are good mathematicians, great in this and that. Who knows about it? No one. So I went to the school principal, to the vice school principal, and I said, well, I have an idea. I think that we should show people, we should show our students that the teachers are not just teachers. They are multi-talented people with great personalities that, they have a lot to say besides just teaching, besides just the lesson. So she's looking at me, and she's like, you have an idea about showing people? She said, I said, yeah. And mind you, I was like 27 at the time, 28. So she's like, okay then, go ahead and do it, organize it. and because she was responsible for this bulletin board that I was saying. So I'm like, I felt like of course she was belittling me, and she was also telling me off, who do you think you are? So I shut myself up, and I didn't do anything. I was a school counselor besides, and I had a lot of things to do. So years passed by. The idea of, teachers, we learn from teachers. We don't need professors of the universities. We don't need specialists to come in and tell us, because we can learn from each other. I'm not saying that we're not going to learn from all these other great professionals, but we also can learn from each other. We can learn from our students. So during COVID time, when I went to a school, it was about, we didn't have students in school, so we were getting paid, and we were thinking of things, and we were thinking more of things. So it was the time when I put again the idea of an open school. That was 5-6 years ago. The open school, the idea of an open school, which means that we learn from each other, and it's not necessary that we learn from others. So anyway, I put down the proposal, and it was, when I went to another school that I managed to put this in practice. The first time that I did was in another lyceum, and I was not a principal, and it was the first time that I tested this idea. And the idea was that we would all know that this is the philosophy, and if you have, let's say you're playing the violin, and you can give us a recital at school, or you can tell us about your experience, or you're writing poetry, or a student is a great fisherman. And so by doing this, okay, we put it in, we enforced it, we implemented it, and most of the breaks, we had these activities. So I started realizing that when you have the activities, and I was in a school with good discipline. So a combination of activities with good discipline, all of a sudden, you see something, such a, an enrichment in the school, and it was such a great experience where everyone was engaged in something. You were not forced to attend, but you would feel like if I walked around the yard, the school yard, I can go there, I can listen to music there, I can enter a classroom or a library and I can hear someone talking about, you know, a topic which is not school, typical school thing. So I started getting this very important information that if you have these rich extracurricular activities, then it works to the benefit of school discipline, of school learning, of morale, of less teacher burnout. So then I enforced it. So every school that I would go, I would do that. So when I went as a school principal, and I started in the first school, and it was in Limassol, it was the gymnasium, and I was like all thrilled, you know, to talk about this experience. I got the same reaction and the same rejection as when I came back from the United States, and they said, you know, she's very ambitious, she wants this and she wants that. It was their first reaction. It was only in the second year that they really came in with their ideas, because in the beginning they were like, what is she trying to do? Does she want to do her own thing? Is she very ambitious and she's doing this? Who does she think she is? So if you don't care about what people are saying, and you understand why you're doing things, and you go ahead and do them, then you overpass the first and the second criticism, and you do it, and you prove a very sound conclusion and a very sound equation, which says that if you want to have less burnout, if you want to, from teachers and students, if you want to have a good school environment, then it's a combination of good discipline, activities, really seeing at each other and the wealth that each person is going to bring in. And to do that, well, you need to believe it. You need to know why you believe it. It's not because someone else told you. It's because you tried a few things and you experimented and you have some sound information in your hands that this would really help in the school, and then you implement it and you prove everyone that you're not bullshitting, you're real, and you really have change. You can create change in the school environment. After.
Ms. Hajiguero, we would like to thank you deeply for this very inspiring talk. I would like to thank my online participants as well. We have a break now until 2 p.m. for lunch. Lunch will be served outside, and we will meet back at 2 o'clock in this room again, okay? Thank you very much.
Hey, ένα. Ένα. Hey.
Hello? Doing okay? All right. So Professor Paola is a full professor of work and organization psychology at LUMSA University in Rome. She's the founder and head of the master's program in social forensic and organizational psychology and serves on the faculty board of the PhD program in psychology. She has also established executive master's programs in criminology and human resource management and currently directs postgraduate and executive education initiatives in these areas. Her research focuses on organizational well-being, leadership and compassionate leadership, work engagement and burnout, human resource management, and non-profit governance and sustainability. Professor Benevene has coordinated numerous European-funded projects, held visiting appointments in international universities, serves on educational boards of leading journals, and provides scientific consultancy and advanced training to public institutions and organizations worldwide. Professor Benevene, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I prepared a speech taking account of the most recent research and studies published at international level on well-being and resilience of teachers. So my speech is probably a little bit more theoretical than other very useful insights that were offered, but it's let's say it's a different approach that we can have. No, sorry, I tend to have a very low voice, so I know from experience that people have always to adjust the volume of the voice. Sorry. Okay. How can I? Great. Why is important to talk about teacher well-being? Yesterday, we faced with different figures and numbers comparing different countries in Europe. And we saw that there were findings showing that in some countries, the level of stress and burnout amongst teachers were higher. Yes, this is true, but we also say something else, that is, whenever we collect information and data about teachers' burnout, stress, we always find that the level of this problem is very high everywhere. The only place where we cannot say that we have a high level of stress and burnout among teachers is the place where we did not collect information. It is true. So we do not know about South Africa, for instance, but not because in South Africa they didn't discover there is no stress, simply because they didn't collect yet information and data. At European level, it's very well known, but not only at European level, say worldwide, it's very well known that teaching is one of the most stressful profession now. And it's getting more and more because there is a lot of, requests, a lot of change that teachers has to face in the world. Let's talk about, let's just mention, not to talk about, artificial intelligence. I was going to challenge the way we teach, for instance. Just to mention one, let's mention how young students and young pupils, children, make a massive use of internet and social media to vehiculate their communication instead of having a direct approach. This is just to mention a few of them, just to think how this profession is changing, it is continually changed. We heard about violence, for instance. So there is a lot of change and the request. teachers' well-being, on the other hand, is crucial for having a good learning effect, having a good psychological climate also for the school. There have been studies, for instance, where it was clear that having teachers suffering from burnout meant also having students with burnout, because we work with emotion. I consider myself as a teacher, of course. I am a teacher, I teach. And I've been a teacher also in the pre-high school in Italy, before becoming a permanent staff in the university. So I am also somewhat inside this word. And, what is very important is that there is an aspect of the teaching experience that is linked to feelings, to emotions that are connected with what we live, with what we think of our work, with what we think about is the cause of the situation we live, that are connected with the way we react, we choose to the way we teach. And the people who are around us, colleagues and mainly students, are connected with that. If you are unhappy as a person teaching, our students cannot be happy to have a teacher who's unhappy. I know something that is very clear, but we have to take this into your mind. And the experience of the schooling of a student who's dealing with unhappy teachers can be a positive one. So well-being is not an educational problem. It is also, but I would like also to underline in my speech why psychology is important and why psychology can offer some instruments, some way of thinking, of approaching the problems of the teachers. I would like to start with the definition of the WHO, World Health Organization, on being healthy. According to this definition, being healthy doesn't mean just not having an illness, not having a disease, but it means experiences a full state, I'm trying to remember by heart, a full state of well-being meant as in terms of social, psychological, maybe they say moral, but it's psychological, and physical health. So this means when we talk about some is in a healthy situation, we thought something that is really functioning at its best, her best, without not just being compromised by a problem, but also finding a way to keep out the best part of him or of her. And I would like also to underline the social meaning. I was mentioning before that a teacher who's unhappy can have happy pupils. When we live, teaching doesn't occur in a vacuum. We work in a place where we interact with students, we interact with colleagues, we interact with our bosses. So if my feelings, my emotional, are bad ones, I'll be transmitted, and people will be transmitted. There are negative elements of, a negative feeling towards me. So when we talk about social, we have to think about a bigger experience that it's not just the individual experience, because we can communicate positivity, but we also can communicate and receiving negativity from others. That's why it's important to sustain teachers, because we must sustain their well-being, and we must sustain the students' well-being through well-being of teachers.
So, I would like also to underline another point. A lot of research that I went through to make my presentation, we are dealing with stress reduction and burnout prevention, or reduction at least. This is a very big point, of course. But there is more, because I don't know whether you've already been into positive psychology. In Italy, we are trying to approach it. It's very important because, if you think about Freud, many, many years ago, Freud was dealing with sick people having problems. So he was trying to treat sickness. Great. But that has been, let's say, the path of the psychology for very, very long. Now the idea is, why should I try only to address problems and not try to work on what is working well, to help somebody to increase, to develop their resilience, their way to react to problems? One stupid example that I always make is like, when something, if I have, for instance, a dress that falls on the floor, doesn't matter if I get the place I get, which part of the dress I get to pick it up. It's important to start picking up, and then the rest will follow. So it's important to reinforce what is positive, not only, but also, of course, treat what is not working when people are already in a bad situation. We can work a lot on prevention, helping people to develop positive reaction, to find a way to approach in a more proactive and effective way when there is a problem. This is why it is important to understand the psychological processes that are behind this situation. When we talk about difficulties faced by teachers, there are things that can be changed, things that cannot be changed by teachers. For instance, teacher's salary. We cannot change a teacher's salary. But teachers can find a different way to approach the situation in the classroom. We can ask for change of rules or regulations for the school. That's correct. But we have a problem also in dealing immediately, right now, to give instrument to try to train to train teachers in order to become more resilient, in order to be able to address in a more efficient way the problem that they have to face anyway. I know there is a Q&A questions at the end, but if anybody wants to raise their hands and make questions while you're talking, to me it's fine. We are not a big number of people, so we can have a sort of open discussion on this. So, which are the some of the main psychological processes? My contribution will be on teacher well-being, on teacher resilience, and why. They are very close to each other. There are overlaps. They're not the same. But it's important to understand this concept. I'm going to explain resilience as a psychological process. This is very important because if you think about being resilient, very often the common sense says that, well, she or he is resilient, he's very strong, so he is able to cope with. But we can learn how to be better in coping with. And nobody answers in the same way to the same problems. This is something that we learn from the very beginning when we study psychology, because they say that the answer to a stressor is really individual, because it depends on what what I assume that this stress means to me. Because, for instance, I could think that a student is aggressive to me because he hates me. But I could assume that the same behavior is depending on the fact that he's not able to handle his feelings. And how I would react, I would analyze and understand the behavior of the student is different. The way I deal with it might be very, very different. Another aim of my presentation is clarify how resilience can help teachers' well-being. This is important because something we can really handle. And then offer some recent empirical evidence. I've been, scouting around to understand what's new in the literature. Teachers' well-being all over the world has been shown as a very important factor for mental health. This is somehow obvious, but also engagement and retention. For instance, it's very clear all over the world that there is a big percentage of teachers who leaves after a few years of teaching because they are fed up. They cannot cope with the situation. Teachers who ask to retire earlier. Teachers who ask to be put in different professional roles. Students who wanted to become teachers who give up after a few months of their teaching experience. So this is a loss, and not because people are not good at teaching, but because they are exhausted, because they cannot cope with the situation. This is overwhelming. Teacher well-being, as I mentioned before, has an impact on the classroom climate, and also on the quality of the teaching. It's everybody's experience that if you have a teacher who you dislike also what he teaches. It's a common experience. I remember that, for instance, I hated my professor of English. I reached my 26 years of age thinking that I would have never been able to speak anything in English because I really hated my teacher and I thought that I wasn't for English at all. And now I'm speaking English, but afterwards, because I have to collect information about what I was able to understand, I was able to recover my idea of not, being connected what I was being taught in the way I was taught English. I think it's a common experience. So it's important that teachers feel well, in a good shape, emotional state when they teach. It's important, not only for them, but also for the students and also for the colleagues. Well-being is not just the absence of burnout. And also because, I mentioned before that stress can cause different impairment, but not everybody are impaired in the same way. There are functions that can go on well, in spite also of ongoing stress. I think that what we learned this morning from the principal is a very good example of how difficult could be, but how successful could be also working in a stressful situation. So, people can still be an effective and a good teacher in spite of stress, which doesn't mean not feeling the stress, not feeling the difficulties, not suffering for this, but it's different. Now I'm saying something that I would like to add something that is not in my presentation, but it was so inspiring what we listened to this morning. I think the principal showed a wonderful experience of being of self-efficacy. What the theory of self-efficacy says that it's important that when you face a difficult situation, you think that you might get this challenge. It's not being sure that you'll be successful, but it means thinking that you might devise strategies, ways of dealing with difficulties that might, in the end, bring to a success. Why is this important? It is important because those who think that they can face a big challenge put more effort, find different solution if the initial solution was not the perfect one, tend to stay longer on the problem. While if I think that, well, this is too difficult for me, no way out. The first moment I find a difficulty, I think, okay, you see, this is difficult. I'm fine. I'm just into this difficulty, and this is showing me that I cannot go on. I cannot change anything. Though it's very important to think that it is possible, not as a guarantee, but it is possible to think that we can find a way to go on. This is what the experience that was shown to us is a proof. Sorry. How can we improve our sense of self-efficacy? First of all, we must recognize the success we got. It happens many, many times when talking with people that they say, okay, that was difficult, and then I managed to do so. But in the end, it was so because maybe it was not so difficult. So it was not a real big success. It isn't true. It was difficult, and you managed to do so. And it's important that we first recognize what was difficult and what we succeed in doing. The second point, this is how, for instance, a principal or a colleague can help. You say to a colleague or somebody else, listen, have you noticed that you've been through some very difficult moment of your work, and you've been good. You've been successful in managing a problem. And this is very important because those who are not able to tell to themselves that they were good, somebody else can put them also in a situation where they can recognize. And a third way of improving our self-efficacy is what we call vicarious learning. That is, I don't know how to deal with a difficult student because he's very violent, but I can observe somebody who's successful and I can learn from what that person is doing. So this is something that can be used in a teaching environment to help us as a teacher and also the others to improve their teaching experience. It's not so, it's not so far away from, the opportunities we can offer to a school. But I think this is a kind of instrument that can be used to help to raise resilience and efficacy among teachers. Yes, please. Maybe it's better. Yes, thank you. So.
Yes, the first thought is that as an organizational consultant, I see stress everywhere. And when I ask what is the most stressful part of the job is that relationship.
Yeah.
Everywhere. So if you think that teaching is a relational job, that's it.
Yeah.
That's why in Italy is a very established practice to have a supervision, as I was saying yesterday, because there is a big effort with relationship. This is how our brain is made. The second thing is, I want to add something. You remind me, when talking about well-being, you remind me of an Italian educator, Montessori.
Yeah.
And for her, it was very, very important for teachers to look after their growth, their inner growth. Something like educate yourself in order to educate someone else. I think she had many very good intuition. That was a very good intuition. So to involve oneself in this path of a continuous growing, we have to have a mindset, as
Yeah.
you were told,
Yeah.
you were saying. But this is a very important part, I think, for well-being.
Absolutely. Thank you also because it's very much connected with my next slide. Because, we have two kinds of well-being. In literature, you might find also the terms happiness. Happiness, normally is meant as well-being. Hedonic and eudaimonic. Hedonic, I'm happy because, for instance, I like the work I do. I'm happy because I'm fortunate and I teach in a school where there are no big problems. I'm happy because I got a promotion and I got fresh money for something I did, something like that. But eudaimonic is more related to the meaning of what I do, the meaning of my life, the meaning of what I do. Growth, as you mentioned correctly, and autonomy. This means that we have an inner desire, an inner need for growth. Nobody works only for money. Money is important, but it's not sufficient. We want to work, because we want to grow in terms of social and professional life. And of course, teaching is a field where you can grow personally and professionally, of course. And having a meaningful experience at work is very important because this means that I'm connected with the person I'm working with. If I feel that a work teaching is difficult, might not be killing my motivation if I think that I can get some result out of it, no matter whether it is difficult. Being meaningful means, for instance, I'm not thinking that I'm losing my time, but I'm just trying to find the best way to use my time to get my student connected with the school, with what I teach, which make a difference. I'll give you a bad example. I knew in Rome a school that was labeled as a problematic school. So it was of course I cannot go too much into details for reasons, but in these schools, it was in a very problematic area of the city. So the students, the idea was of the Ministry of Education, if we identify the at-risk schools, we can try to do something to improve the situation. It was a terrible idea because students were going to this school were labeled as at-risk students for definition, because those students in at-risk schools are by definition at-risk students. And the professors were sent there, said, okay, what shall I do? They are at-risk students. What's the point? Because they are going to fail. Because, of course, the school is so bad that we cannot take anything good out of it. And, of course, they were in burnout, they are full of stress, and they were not able to find a positive meaning of their job. We always need something to get out of the time we spent working. Just talk in more general way about psychology work. There have been quite a number of research on money given to people who have been working well. Much more powerful than the money is the sense of meaning, is the sense of reward, moral reward for what we do. If somebody tells us, I think you're trying to do a good job. If somebody tells us, I know you're working, is art, is maybe we won't be able to do everything we would like to do, but we are trying to change, we are achieving something. This is something that rewards me because makes me feel that I'm useful to somebody, and which is a very, very, very rewarding experience. I think everybody who has been teaching has experienced sometimes the feeling that he has been useful to somebody. It's a very powerful, positive emotion. So it's very important to activate the positive feeling, the positive way of approaching the problem. If we deal with a violent student, we cannot change per se the violence, but we can change the way we approach it, and maybe we'll be able to find different ways of working with these people, and then we can be more effective, because we are more, let's say, in psychological health. I hope I am able to explain this concept quite well, because it's important. Here I put some example of hedonic well-being, that is really feeling well, feeling happy. Lessons run smoothly. We are happy for that when it is happening. A calm and positive classroom climate doesn't happen so often, but when it happens, we are happy. Low immediate stress or low conflict with the student, with the families. But when we talk about eudaimonic well-being, that is functioning well, this would be meaning, for instance, managing difficult classes while maintaining professional competence. Is it easy? No. But if we see that we are dealing in this way, this increases our feeling of being competent, of being able to deal with difficult situations, challenging, experiencing meaning and purpose in teaching. This is very important also in this case to underline another factor, that being in a group of teachers, in a group of people, working in the school, and sharing this feeling is very important. It's difficult that a person is alone in perceiving meaning in their work. If she or he is completely alone, it's very important that this feeling is shared in the community of the teachers. Somebody will be maybe more involved in this, or somebody will be more easy to get involved in this. But it's impossible. It's impossible to keep in mind that the community is very powerful in sustaining this feeling. So the key message is that teacher well-being doesn't depend only on what is positive, but it depends on their positive feelings, on how they feel, on how they understand is their role. Feeling good and functioning not necessarily coincide, because teachers who work in difficult environment might be feeling very tired, very challenged, but still experience professional meaning. I know the area where I work is very difficult, but it's very important that the school is here and that I build up an environment where maybe the students can experience a different life from outside. So, well-being of teachers cannot be understood only as emotional comfort. Sometimes we have to face challenges, but also, dealing with challenges means also, for instance, that I feel more strong. I feel that I'm becoming more and more competent in dealing with difficulties. Just to sum up, hedonic well-being means how do I feel? But eudaimonic well-being means why does my work matter? Why I want to keep on teaching? What teaching means to me? Which has to do also with, in more general sense, to the meaning of my life. Why I want to become a teacher, why I want to stay teaching. And here comes the question of resilience. Resilience is important to support eudaimonic well-being. That is the well-being that is related to the meaning of our work. If I'm resilient, I'm able to keep up, to keep in my mind why I want to be a teacher. Not only why I'm desperate, because it's really difficult to deal with some students. Here it's important to say something about the way how resilience is meant. Very often resilience is meant as something that is a trait that cannot be changed. She or he is strong, so that person will be able to face everything. Or she's very weak, she can be able, or he can be able to deal with difficult situations. This isn't true. We can improve resilience. It's true that there are differences in the way how people handle, manage, and respond to different challenges, because it depends on how the situation they are when they face a challenging situation. It's very, obvious. But for instance, if you are tired, if you don't sleep for 3 nights, when you have difficulties, it's more difficult to cope with it, of course. If you are worried for something that is not necessarily related to school matters, but you are related because your husband, your son is a big problem, of course, this is going to have an impact on how you arrive to cope with when there is a challenge. But the way, not only that, the way we react to challenging experience depends also on how we give sense, on how we analyze, on the way we give sense to what is going on. If I think, I was trying to explain this a little bit earlier. If I think that something happens because nothing can change, because the situation is such that no matter the effort the school or I as a teacher can do, nothing is going to improve the situation. The way I'm approaching this problem, it's a passive way, and it's going to make me feel that I'm, desperation, because I can't change anything. But if I think the situation, there's maybe a part of the problem cannot be changed, but maybe I can try to find other ways to address in a different way the problem, I might find a solution. Or I do not think that the situation as it is cannot be changed, cannot improve. This can make a difference. Now I'm adding something else that is not in my presentation, but I was thinking to what we call dysfunctional thoughts. I don't know whether you ever heard about that, but it's very important to know. Because every day we have a number of dysfunctional thoughts. Dysfunctional thoughts are thoughts that come suddenly to our mind, and we have no power to delete or to prevent them. It's something like, who has ever been on a diet to reduce their weight? Can you raise your hand? There are some liars today, but anyhow, okay. I like cakes, just to give my personal experience. So when I start trying unsuccessfully to lose weight, after 2 days I started dreaming at night of eating a chocolate cake. So when I wake up, my first, the first thing I think is I will never be able to lose weight, because it's impossible to me to lose weight. So this is a dysfunctional thought. Why? First, it's a negative thought. 2, it comes in my mind without being able to, to prevent it. And it's global. Global because it has never, always, no way out. So this doesn't help people to change, I think, this approach. But I can say, first of all, well, how can I take out power of this negative feeling? First of all, recognize this kind of thoughts. Well, this is not working. This is a dysfunctional thought. Secondly, I have this dysfunctional thought because I have a difficulty in my life. But one thing is saying, it's difficult, it's demanding for me to be on diet. Another thing is say, I will never be able to carry out till the end my diet. Something like that always happen also in different domains, also in teaching. I will never be able to deal with difficult students, which is, I have difficult students who are difficult to deal with, but I can try to find a way to approach this problem. This is important because if I feel that I'm passive when I deal with a problem, this is going to increase my problem because I feel useless, and this is going to affect my well-being. So, there is a kind of, spillover effect. Resilience is dynamic, multidimensional, and context-sensitive. This is very important. This is something that's coming up more and more in more recent research on resilience. Dynamic. I can be more resilient in some field or in some part of my working experience. But I can, I can learn how to be better in the future, improving my resilience. It's multidimensional because it has to do with real problem, it has to do with my emotional regulation, it has to be with my cognitive experience. How do I assess, how do I read the problem I'm facing? And context is sensitive. The context can help me to improve my resilience in the way I was mentioning before, because somebody teaches me, because I, by experience, learn, and so on. It is, even more than that, it is developed through interaction with the environment. Being resilient in one school might be different from being resilient in another school, in another context. So we never learn how to be resilient in every situation forever. We must readjust what we know. And again, even more than that, resilience is a process. Which is the process? First of all, we face a challenge, and this is where cognitive factors are intervening. Which is the challenge? Is the student completely stupid and unable to understand? Is that he needs a more practical example? Is because he's trying to challenge me, for instance? So how I see the challenge, how I read, how I understand the challenge as an impact on my emotion. If I think, for instance, that a bad behavior of a student is meant to be against me, I react probably in a more aggressive way. But if I think that a student is aggressive because he is facing difficulty in adjusting his emotion, I'll have to face anyhow a difficult student. But the way I regulate my emotion will be different. You can tell me that you cannot, that I'm not clear, and I'm not offended by that. Once I understand which are I feel my feeling, I start mobilizing my resources. If I think that a student needs to be somehow stopped, or he needs more explanation, or he needs somebody to touch him, to feel that somebody is taking care of me. It depends on the previous step of my experience. And this means that I'm learning, and I started to adapt my behavior, my way of thinking, over and over again, according to different experience. So the kind of resources I'm mobilizing is cognitive and also emotionally. But it's very important that I get in touch with my emotion. I understand how I feel and why I feel it this way. Yes, please. Can you use the microphone? Because I think if there are people who are...
How to use it, though, in setting boundaries and teaching limits to a child that will need all this extra working, building their resilience as a teacher, being facing a classroom that is not easy. One-to-one, I can do that 20 hours a day. 5 hours in a class where half class is like this, you cannot think of this one needs to be touched, and this one needs to be explained a second time, and this one needs to be in a 40 minutes lesson when you have to see the whole class and all the kids' needs and everything. So at which point I stop building my resilience, and it's like balancing, also putting boundaries, because then it sounds like a special treatment. Because you have the kids that are autonomy on a self-monitor, and actually you pay no attention to them because you say it once and they can do themselves, and then you spend the whole time, the rest of the time, dealing, finding ways how to help also the students. You're just one person in the class. You don't have a second one.
Yeah. Well, first of all, children, especially if they're very young, they understand how we feel. If they feel that we are, on our shoes, that we are in power of ourselves, they have a different reaction. If they feel that they are just chasing their reaction, they know they have the power in their mind, in their hands, first of all. It's difficult to say, in this case, do that, in the other case, do that. We go for, attempts and to see what it works, also because a big impact is also due to the class, to the kind of relationship there are children. Because, I've been teaching many, many years. I never had the same class twice, never. So, this kind of the climate, dynamics that are, sometimes there are, you have students, you would expect the worst of them, and then they take out the best part of them. And other times you have students, why is that person, that student that way? It shouldn't be this. But maybe there are other reasons. So what we can do, this is why it's a question of process of adaptation also. We try what we think could be the best solution for that moment, but we also verify whether this has worked or not. And we can also, for instance, ask to other colleagues how they dealt, for instance, in situations that were like ours. This is very important because, for instance, also in a school, it's very important that there is, let's say, a common shared way of operating, especially if in the same class there are different teachers. One teacher can be the good one, saying always yes, and another one can be the bad one, saying always no, 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 no. It's very difficult. But, for instance, if teachers are given the opportunity to share the way they work and how they address different problems with different students, and working on the good experience and also the bad experience, because we go for we go for attempts many times, and we must go for attempts because we are working with human beings. So we don't have, it's not mathematics. We work, on nuance. We work on relationship, and it's not easy. And then is this possible to find? Maybe not immediately, but the second, the third time, a good way to address the problem. We shouldn't be afraid as a teacher to make mistakes. They are, let's say, honest mistakes, because I try to do my best, and maybe I'm not able to find immediately at the first attempts the best way solution for a problem. It can happen. That's life. But students understand if they are trying to address their problem. And it's also important for me to share what I'm trying to understand with the other teacher. We can get a kind of, social support, which is very important. When we teach how to address stress, one of the most powerful factors for lowering the stress is, this has already been addressed before me, but is offering social support, which is, for instance, I had this problem, how did you solve this, for instance? It's important for not only forget a way to solve a problem, it's also important because if I feel free to say that I have a difficult moment, a difficult problem to solve, I feel free to have to recognize that I need help, that I cannot be perfect. I don't have to be always the best teacher of the world who never makes a mistake. Why should I be like that? Nobody's like that. But sometimes we have so high, we want to be, especially for, this is especially true for new teachers, they want to be perfect. Perfectionism is the opposite of working well, because we can never be perfect. But we can always try to do our best, which is different and more effective. I don't know whether I answered your question.
A bit of, I was really searching for an answer of where you stop working with your resilience and where you start setting boundaries. Because for me, it's like it's okay to evaluate the challenge, regulate your emotions, and mobilizing your resources and society help and adapting over time and everything, and believe in progress and change. But with the kids today, with no limits in behavior, where you stop searching inside you as a teacher and you actually start working on the children to actually do a difference on them. Because it's not always about us. It's a demand from it to do the
Okay.
teaching. If I go to an easy class, I will be the best teacher in the world. That's not the point, to be the best or the lowest.
If I got your question, a good way is to be very clear about which are the rules in the class. not every single thing has to be ruled, but there are rules that cannot be complied, must be complied. This is the rule, and explain what it is the rule. But since I'm the adult, I am in charge of the rules. These are the rules and cannot be changed. And I explain this. Resilience. Resilience is not just about complying with rules. It's complying also with difficulties. Which might be, for instance, a student have difficulty in learning, for instance, or behaviors, of course, but not only that. Students who do not seem to be motivated to learn, for instance. So resilience is being able to mobilize resources I can develop also in addressing this problem. Not just, I understand that behavior is a big issue, but there is even more than that, that has to be addressed.
Sorry for disturbing. I just wanted to add in this discussion, because I think it's a very interesting discussion. There are the boundaries between what I'm trying to do as a teacher and when I'm trying to find solutions for the actual student. I think it's important to understand that teachers cannot do everything. That's the key. It's not your role as a teacher to handle students' personal problems, psychological problems that might come out in a class. So it's important to strengthen your resilience in order to be able to handle it for your own personal well-being, yes. But if there is a huge problem with a student, it might be referred someone more professional than you. And this is the biggest problem. I don't know. I assume it's for the other countries as well, but it's a problem in Cyprus as well. If the actual system, community system, involve educational psychologists in a way that they can achieve what they are learning to, that will solve all these problems. Sorry for this.
No, thank you. It's very useful. Yeah, absolutely. Because, resilience is not being happy always. I can do. I'm a hero. As we were meant. For instance, in Italy now there are quite a number of fictions dealing with teachers who are heroes, which is, some of them are. But if you think that each teacher has to be a hero, who wants to be a teacher? Do we really need only hero people? We need common people with difficulties, being able to work also in difficult environment, which is more human, I think. I insist on emotion because sometimes we are overwhelmed by our emotion. It's very important to be able to read which kind of emotion we are inside. Because, for instance, if we feel usefulness, that's difficult. But after that, why I feel that I'm not useful? Maybe I'm setting up my goals too high, or I should put other, aims to be reached. Of course, it is very true. We cannot decide to change everything. We must divide what I can reach, what I cannot change. What I cannot change, I must find a way to deal with. But let's work on what I can actually do something. Also with my resources. If, for instance, local government does not allow enough money, and I know from that this is very common everywhere, okay, I must take it for granted, hoping that maybe in the future will change, of course. But now I must deal with the situation knowing that I must work on other resources which may be, I don't know, collaborative, find a way to cooperate with the parents, or cooperate with non-profit organization, just, coping with volunteer, coping with other colleagues, coping with other schools, these kind of things. I must find a way to deal with what I can handle and also recognize my limits. And also in a dynamic way, situation can change, of course, for worse or for worse, sometimes. Cannot always depend on us. But this is very important, because the way we live in the situation where we stay is crucial for us and also for the people we want to work with. Resources involved in resilience is emotional regulation. This is very important, because how do I feel is important, but understanding why I feel in that way. For instance, if a colleague makes a mistake and says something wrong about me, if I think that was made on purpose to make me in a very difficult situation, I react in a way. But if I think that colleague made just a mistake without any will to damage me, that's a completely different reaction I have. This is very important. So cognitive appraisal is important. Which are the results of the way how I analyze the problem. Motivation is very important. If I feel that I have a drive to find a solution, will push me. He's pushing me to find a solution. It was like a bomb. Wow. And then relational support is very important. We can find different kind of relational support. We can find, we can ask a friend. We can ask a colleague. We can also, it's important also to be able to find somebody we feel related with, to be able to listen what we say, because it's important also to take out the feeling we have. Because when we talk about what happened during the class, it's a way to start, thinking. It's not just talking, it's just thinking what happened. And then realizing maybe things that I wasn't realizing in the very beginning. So it's really important. Relational support is very, very crucial for a good functioning of work experience. And then resilience is not just individual. It has to do with self-efficacy. I already spoken about self-efficacy. It's very important. We can work a lot in improving, enhancing our self-efficacy. Of course, context has an impact. Leadership, we saw this morning how leadership can be really crucial for changing the situation. A school climate. Climate is something that you perceive without, having given words to your experience. You enter a class, you understand immediately without somebody explain to you which is the climate. The climate of the school, the climate of the class makes a big effort. For instance, in Italy, many years ago, I studied the relationship between academic results of students. A bad student in a good climate with good colleagues, with good schoolmates, at the end of the year had improved much more than another student with a bad climate, because what is the global experience can help a lot, can sustain or depress the motivation and the quality of the learning. So resilience is individual, but we can help the school and the teaching staff to improve their resilience. Do I have more time? Do I have to stop? 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to leave my slides, but there was my more. Okay. Resilience is not individual blame. Not being resilient enough is not that, should allow others to blame you. They should ask for help. You are not enough resilient. No, well, okay, I can improve. Help me. We can work on this. And I think one of the main message of this project is that we can help teachers to improve their resilience. So supporting teacher resilience is a shared responsibility between individuals and institutions. Institutions can set up program intervention to help teachers because it is possible to do so. We cannot just wait for a change in the government. Okay, we always can fight for improvement, but we cannot wait for a new laws to be endorsed. We can start right now offering instruments to improve well-being and resilience. And last point. Resilience and well-being are connected. That is, there are the situation that somehow is challenging teachers' well-being. Resilience is an intermediate. It's just in between well-being and the stressor. So to be in a, let's say, healthy experience, we need resilience to help the way we cope with the difficult situation. Won't be final, but it's really important to work on this because, again, it is possible. It's not linked to the structure of the personality. If we work on the structure of the personality, we can do nothing because the structure of the personality is fixed almost forever. Almost. But we can work on what can be improved through experience, through teaching, through help. And this is resilience. Thank you.
Do we have maybe any questions for Professor Parola, or should we go for our little snacks? Before we go, just because we have some issues with the numbers, I'm assuming that the English-speaking partners will follow the seminar of balancing life